bagai dumum setul naman lagi kun kay noon. Namayu ko ilun no lalamina ko ige dunga bang lagi taha ilun. Mình sẽ bu có năm hù luôn mình sẽ bu có năm kệ mò hù sẽ bu có năm giờ mù mình đã có gom gọn luôn sẽ bu có nó mà hù luôn sẽ bu có năm mà sẽ kệ buồn bên đi có năm đi luôn. Sẽ bu gom cái mò hù nó mình bên nu có nó logi lupi lon bagai dumum setu lo naman logi kun ke noon lamayu ko ilun no lalamima ko ige dunga bang logi taha ilun mình sẽ bu có năm hù luôn mình sẽ bu có năm kệ mò hù cái bu có năm kệ mò mình là e có gum gọn cái bu có nó mà hù luôn sẽ bu có năm mà sẽ cái bu bên đi có năm luôn sẽ bu gom cái mò hù là mình bên nu có nó lagi lupilon bagay dumum sa tulo naman lagi kun kaanoon Layu ko ilun lalamima ko ige dunga bang lagi taha ilun naman sebu ko nam hulu naman sebu ko nam kaamahong sebu ko nam gamo mana kung gumgon ilung sebu ko no mahulong sebu ko na masakabung bani ko nam minong sebugam gama hunga man benugo no lagi lupi loon bagay dumum setulo naman lagi kun kay noon namayu ko ilun wala lamina ko ige dunga bang lagi taha ilun sebu có năm hù ngầm sebu có năm kệ mò hù sebu có năm kệ mò mình là e có gum gọn sebu có nó mà hù luôn sebu có năm mà sơ kệ buồn bệ ni có năm ni luôn sebu gom ke mau ngamen benu gono
My name is Christopher Reyes. I am the Artistic Director of Mahalik UK. I am an artist. I love creating work. I've been an artist for over 12 years. I love thought-provoking work. I love work that is honest. I love to create work that is open, very truthful. I want my work as an artist to be able to kind of bridge those difficult conversations, to be able to kind of bring a lot of the issues, experiences in life to the surface and being able to kind of use that as a catalyst to empower and to kind of figure out or even understand life a little bit more. So Mahalik UK formed about 2 years ago, and it was a direct response to the anti-Asian hate crimes that was happening globally around the world. And during the lockdown, it was a very conflicting time to be in. I think when we think about just all the chaos that was going on around the world, from the anti-Asian hate crimes across to the Black Lives Matter movement, there was a lot of racial oppression happening globally. And I remember thinking about the Filipino communities in terms of what we were experiencing as a community of the racial oppressions. And it made me realize that there wasn't any kind of platform at the moment that we have to be able to kind of express or even voice ourselves. It made me realize how much support that we currently have for the creative scenes for the UK Filipinos. We don't actually have anything at the moment. And so I decided to start a new creative platform to help bring Filipino artists from across the pond, from movement to acting to spoken word, advocating for artists also with non-conventional backgrounds to be able to kind of give them the opportunities to express their creative practice through art, to be able to tell stories through art, to be able to tell their truth through art and what that looks like. My goal for Maharlika in the next 5 to 10 years, I want it to be the spearheading and driving force in the UK in terms of Filipino artists being able to have their own space and opportunities to have their work and to also navigate and to be an artist and to be accepted as an artist within the UK. And I want that to happen for all of us. I think unfortunately a lot of us growing up, we never had the option to be creatives or even the idea to be an artist, to be taken seriously. For me, it has always been quite a struggle to maintain this kind of career or this kind of pathway in life. But I just want to encourage just different generations that this is something that is more than just a hobby. It's something that we love. It is the catalyst and vehicle in terms of how we tell stories, how we are telling stories that all people relate to, but in a creative way. And I want Maharlika to spearhead that.
Hello, Maharlika 2024. It is the biggest joy to welcome you to the third wave. Round of applause, please. I have never been so proud of my Filipino roots. It is such a blessing to be part of this amazing platform where we get to celebrate all that is great about our Filipino heritage. This isn't just about Filipinos. Everyone is welcome here, but this is a special spotlight on everything that Filipino culture has brought to British art. Okay. So we've just heard from Chris about what Maharlika is all about. We are a platform, and Filipinos have historically been completely underrepresented despite our amazing presence in this country. And if it wasn't for the amazing, the gifted Chris Reyes and his vision of Maharlika, none of this would happen. It was a joy to be part of the second wave last year, and it is an even bigger joy to host the third wave this year. Today we have 4 different films to show you. We have 4 filmmakers, and we've got 8 artists who come from the Filipino diaspora and have amazing gifts and talents to share with the world. And it is an honor to be part of the platform that is going to be presenting them today. Okay? Yes! We are online. We are live as well, so everyone who's live streaming, hello. We are definitely encouraging everyone to engage online and also in the audience. We've got lots of question and answer moments, and this is about you as well as us, because we make art for you. And all of the stories that we tell are important. Our voices are important. And so the fact that we are putting it out there, we want you to also respond and tell us how you feel and how it motivates you, how it changes you, how it inspires you, how it empowers you, and also to bring back something for the next wave. Yes? Did you enjoy the delicious food? I did too. So today we had Harong UK. Can we give a round of applause for Harong UK? Oh yeah, baby. And we had the delicious bakery from Estini as well. Thank you so much. We'll have another interval where you get to eat some sarap food, okay. But right now we are going to start off our show for the evening. Online, we have Miles, who's going to be our online moderator. And Miles, can you give us a little wave over there? There's Miles Davis over there. And so he's going to be helping us. If there are any questions online, we're definitely going to be reading them out for our artists today. They want to hear from you, and it's important to get your feedback. Yes? Is everyone okay? Is everyone cozy? Are you ready to celebrate Filipino culture in the UK? Are you ready to understand the importance of art in our lives? And are you ready to celebrate this one moment, because this moment will never happen in the same way again? You know it. It is a joy to be in a room with such beautiful people. We've got some fantastic costumes as well. I don't know if you've seen, how do you call it, the Filipino, the shoulders. Filipiniana. Okay, look out for the Filipinianas. I need some in my life. Oh my God. We've got some fantastic costumes. I can't wait for you to see them. We've got some fantastic films. I can't wait for you to see them. The first film that we're going to have is going to come right after I tell you that we want to give a big shout out to the Visual Art Commission for making all of this possible today. Please give a round of applause for them. And we are going to start with our first film, which is called Out of Step, aka Wala Ka Sa Lugar. Okay? It's all about not necessarily feeling like you are part of everything that's happening. I'm not going to say any more. I haven't seen the film yet. I am so excited by the greatness of our Filipino artists today. A round of applause, please, for Ashley, the filmmaker, for Sarah, and for Chris, who's getting married. Woo! Okay. Are you ready? Okay, can we just say Maharlika? Okay, baby, let's start this.
One, 4, 1, 9.
ang pinaghalong iPad, cellphone at mobile internet device. Hindi na kailangan ng keypad at stylus dahil pinabagyan ito ng touchscreen. Inabangan at sumilahan ito ng simulang ibenta sa Amerika. Sa Amerika pa lang ito available at sa January 2008 pa ilalabas sa Asia. Pero isa si Elmer Cuenca na mga naunang nagka-iPhone. Sinasalubungan ito dyan ang kanyang bayaw na galing Amerika. Para kay Cuenca, sulit ang pag-design ng lahat sa iPhone. On phone, iPad, superior, pag-Wi-Fi device, parang natin,
OMG, I love ubi cake. Give me a hell yeah if you love ubi cake. Can we please give them a round of applause, please? Wala ka sa lugar. And can I please call the artists who are known as Sacras? Can I please have Ashley and Sarah to the stage, please? Give them another round of applause, please. They've been through hell. Come closer to me. Okay, wow. That was amazing. That was amazing. How long did you guys have to make the movie, to make the film?
To shoot, we...
The whole process?
The whole process. Okay, so it was about maybe 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. So the first week was all about artist development, storytelling, to help give us some structure to how we wanted to storytell. Week 2 was the creation phase, so that was really to do with what story do we want to tell. We really benefited as a group to kind of already get our thoughts together in the group chat, the good old group chat, like, oh, this, and what about that? And so when it came to the creation phase, it was kind of like, I think we should do it about this. And then week 3, or kind of however many days, we'd split it over. It was all to do with shooting, so it was super quick. Yeah, we didn't have a lot of time at all.
You didn't have a lot of time at
The
all.
process was like really quick.
Okay, so can you tell me, what was your role in this wonderful, amazing film?
Yeah, no, I think it's, oh man.
You are the filmmaker.
I know, this is actually...
All right, a round of applause for the filmmaker, please.
The lights, they're too hot.
There were lots of amazing choices that you made in filming this film. Can you tell us a little bit about what the concept was? I mean, where did you guys start off with? I mean, you're given a blank page and you're like, create something. Where did you start?
So I think from there, like, we really had to find like the root of like our experience growing up as British-Filipino. And I think being British-Filipino can sometimes be as, like, not as Filipino. Like, as you saw, there's a lot of, like, cityscapes and, you know, you don't really see much of who you are until, like, you know, obviously, I chose, well, we chose the ube to be, like, the real essence of
Why did you choose ube?
Well, I think we can all agree that that's, like, the most, you know, aside from Manny Pacquiao, it would be ube, right? Right?
Yes!
And yeah, and essentially, it was more like our experience growing up in different communities, and whether it's like, you know, being into like different subcultures, and you know, we wanted to celebrate like kind of being in that, like as you, when it came to like the movement piece, it was, you know, a lot of that stemmed from Sarah's background growing up.
Okay, so can you tell us a bit about your background and how that influenced this piece?
So I think we really used, with the help of Chris with a K, Spicy,
Yeah.
he's getting married.
He's
already
married, guys. He's
So-
not here because he got married
congratulations,
today.
We were meant to get like a picture of his face and put it in.
Yeah.
So we really used music and soundscape to capture kind of the Filipino essence, as well as using it to help highlight the different influences, different subcultures, different communities that we grew up around, within, were accepted into in the absence of maybe our kinfolk. And we really wanted to highlight that through music and through some of the dance movement that was in there. So taking some influence from like I'm going to say this wrong, the punk scene? The punk
Little.
scene, oh, right, yeah. So some moves, as well as kind of cramping, stuff to really take you on a journey of the kind of the inner anguish of sometimes. So I said to the cast last summer when we all first got together, sometimes I feel like with my chest I can say I'm Filipino, and then other days not so much.
Okay.
You know? So I feel like this was a homecoming for me. I don't need to ask permission. I am. I am because I am. And but as much as I am proud of being Filipino, I was raised by my dad. My dad is white English. We love you, Dad.
Mahal kita. Hello,
Tito
round of applause
Mark.
for Dad.
Give it up for Tito Mark. So really wanted to highlight, as much as this is all about being Filipino, it's the unspoken, the untold narratives of the British-Filipino experience. It's about being involved in stuff that's like punk. Our Filipinos don't like punk music and all this stuff. And for me, not being around a Filipino community growing up, being accepted and finding home in other communities, it was important for me to honor in the film as well. So.
What did you want the viewer to get from watching your movie? What was your intention?
So obviously, when coming up with the sort of the journey throughout the film, like the choice of like going for like the black and white to kind of show like the urbanness of like London, while you know, in terms of the soundscape, with layers, really faint layers of like the Filipino soundscapes. I don't know if you could hear the tinkling and like some of the sounds, and you know, it's sort of like the underlying feeling of like kind of living in London, right? And at the same time, we didn't want to show anything that was sort of like any sort of struggle. It's like, you know, like we chose something that's kind of like an everyday thing. You know, Sarah was picking up like a box, a cake. And it isn't until like the second half, you know, we really wanted to own in on like, you know, you only really start questioning these things when you're on your own. Like I wouldn't take back the stuff that like I grew up listening to, or kind of the communities that I grew up in. You know, like I love all my friends and I love like the communities that I grew up in. But sometimes, you know, when you are in that sort of when you are on your own, you start to question. You start to see like, you know, especially in the spaces that I've been in, I'm like, sometimes I feel like I'm the only like Filipino and like like at a gig, you know. Yeah, and yeah, it's what was the question again? I'm going.
You answered it perfectly.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, round of applause. Yeah. What does it mean for you to come together with other Filipinos on this Maharlika platform and being given the space, the time, the money to create whatever that you want? What did this mean to you?
I think, you know, I think like, you know, especially if you're in your head quite a lot and like, you know, you don't know where you are, and actually, you know, especially in this space that we were in, everyone, you know, you realize that like, yeah, we are who we are, like in terms of like, I didn't have to be scared, I didn't have to be worried about like kind of like who, you know, like I always got to figure like, oh, I'm just being judged all the time. Should I be a certain
Judged
way?
because of your heritage?
Well, yeah, both. The heritage, what I like, and it's like sometimes like I always felt like I was always in the middle, and I didn't feel like I could really. I don't know. It's really strange.
So
But
did you have a concept there, like
Yeah.
what it means to be Filipino, and I don't
Yeah.
fit in there? And has that got something to do with
Yeah.
the title?
Yeah.
Because your
Yes,
film is
yeah.
called
Out of step.
Out of Step. Okay, so is that to
Yes.
link with?
Yes. So
Yeah.
the wala ka sa lugar is like means like being out of place. It's also, you know, I grew up listening to this band called Minor Threat.
Called?
Minor Threat.
Okay, I don't know Minor Threat. Sorry,
So
don't
they-
judge me.
No, they have a song called Out of Place, and the whole song is about kind of, you know, kind of not fitting in. And like, you know, I think with, you know, Sarah's dance background and choreography work and like movement, I felt, you know, it was like, it embodied kind of like what it felt to be kind of having one foot out all the time and not being fully completely in. But yeah.
It was quite surreal for me.
Yeah.
When we met up last summer, I don't know, I just kind of felt like I was in a room. I just kept saying in my head, I was like, I'm in a room with Filipinos. When have I ever been in a room with other Filipinos, not growing up in a Filipino community, and they're all creatives, and they all come with a passion and a love in different disciplines within the arts. It really took a minute for that to. I felt like I was cosplaying. So I was just like, because okay, so I'm so used to my life. 99% of my life, I've always been the non-black friend. So my friendship group has always been those from the Caribbean community, the African community. So I've really just been out here, just not really seeing and interacting with anyone as kinfolk. So it was a really surreal experience to begin with. And then, so I describe it as a homecoming. Then the 2.5 weeks when we're all together, it wasn't just us in our group. We were bouncing ideas off of each other throughout the whole cast, and it was a homecoming. It was like, everyone says safe space is like a buzzword, and it's like, no, like we could really be raw, we could be like, we could voice the things that we knew that each other would understand. Yeah.
Was that the eating of the cake as well?
Yes. So you know, I
Yes.
guess that whole thing is sort of embracing the Filipino-ness. It's like indulging, kind of like, you know, it's a grand acceptance, right? And like, you know, Kamayan, right?
Yeah.
Kamayan.
Very
and
specifically.
Very specifically Kamayan, and just
Yeah.
gouging at it, right? Because it's like, you know,
With your hands.
with your hands, yes.
Yes. No knife, no fork, no spoon, no
I
fork,
love
hands.
that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So as a visual and as what it means, it's like it is about just that full embrace at the end, because it's sort of like symbolic in terms of accepting who you are. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, before I hug up all the time, Captain Miles, can we just say hello to Miles? Yo, Miles!
Hey.
How you doing? Darling, are there any questions online? There are. Okay, do you want to give it to me? Not yet. Oh, okay, waiting. We're waiting. Okay. So maybe you can tell me a little bit more about the process. Because did you guys know each other before?
No.
In case you guys don't know, Maharlika is all about throwing you into the unknown, okay? So you're collaborating with people, and I think the only thing that you know about each other is that somehow you are connected to the homeland. Somehow.
West London, yeah?
West London, yeah, that's it.
That's
So-
another story.
Come from Hayes. Anyone
Yes.
from Hayes?
Do you know what I mean? You're from Hayes. Woo woo.
Really?
And darling,
Wow,
where are you
yes.
from?
From Hayes. From Hayes.
From Hayes as
Yes.
well.
This
No
is
way.
one of the many things that Ash and I have in common.
That's
It's like,
random, babes.
so I've been rolling around out here, the only Filipino, and there's one other Filipino in Hayes.
It was
What?
crazy. And we had a mutual friend as well, and
Yes.
it was
So
just
we
like
only
we were
found out
finding
the
out
other
things
day.
like
That's random.
So I had so I grew up with this friend, and then you went to secondary school with her. And in conversation, we spoke about this friend but never mentioned the name. And then we only realized recently that we were talking about the same person.
That's crazy.
yeah, it was wild. It was really wild.
Okay, so you did randomly have a connection, but you
Yes.
didn't know.
No.
What was it like being flung into a room because there's one other person, 3 of you? I mean, was the process easy? Was it like, okay, let's just make this, and it all came out easily? Or were there any kind of obstacles?
It was really difficult.
Okay.
But you know what? It was
We're
once.
all easygoing.
It was
But it
once.
was still difficult.
It was once we had a conversation, and actually, it was the whole thing of like, you know, I think both of us, at least from me and you, and actually no, Chris as well. We all nearly didn't sign up for this.
Oh, yes.
We all were kind of like, I remember being on the train, and my partner, she was
Shout out
like,
Angie.
Angie.
Yo, Angie!
And she was like, you got to do it. And I was fighting myself for it, because I was like, you know, again, that's where that whole thing where, you know, growing up and feeling like I didn't belong. You know, I'm Filipino, but I felt like, I don't know, it's hard. It's really hard. Like when you kind of have these thoughts in your head quite a lot. And yeah, and one thing that when we were having these conversations, you had the same thing, and it was just like, wow. And then I think the minute we connected on that level, that we all had the same fear and the same sort of anxiety of it, it made things a lot more like easier. And like it was like you know, Sakras was like kind of like when we were coming up with the concepts and stuff, it was
Our band's
really,
name.
Yeah, it's our band's name.
Sakras.
Sakras.
Chris with a K, spicy. He's getting married. And then Ash. So Sakras.
It's really catchy,
Sakras.
guys.
It
Sakras.
sounds
I love
Tagalog,
it.
no?
Sakras. Sakras.
We are Sakras.
But yeah, no, once you know, we kind of saw where we were at in terms of like our own upbringings and sort of the feelings that we had, it was almost like, everything kind of fell into place. And you know, we learned about our crafts and kind of how we work, and we, you know, one of the things that I've learned is we all allowed each other to kind of
Space.
the space, but also like, you know, we listened a lot, and we, you know, I always have this thing of being scared to talk and kind of like share what's in my head. I don't know, like.
But isn't he doing so well?
You are not coming across like that
I know,
at
but like,
all.
but it was, and like, in any other situation, I would keep it in my head, but in the circle that I was in, you know, they encourage. You know, I remember being in that studio, and you guys were like, just say it, and I was like, oh man, because I was the type of person that would be like, I'd be listening to like some hardcore music, and every now and then sometimes K-pop, right, and then they would be like, sometimes they'd be like, oh, what are you listening to, and I would change it because I'd be afraid of
The
kind of like,
shame.
I'd be like, oh, I'm not.
It's really
I'm listening to-"
personal, you know, music.
You know?
Yeah.
But
I
in
hear
you know,
that,
in this
yeah.
circle, you know, I think it was a real learning experience, and like I'm blessed to kind of know like
Ditto.
yeah.
So my story is very similar. So it kind of happened in layers. So shout out Chi, wherever Chi's sitting.
Where's Chia?
From the second wave.
Come on, girl.
Don't be modest.
Oh,
Where
she's
is she?
being shy,
Okay. I see you. There was something that Chi said. I'll give you your props, girl, but I kind of forgotten what you said. So there was something that Chi had said in her interviews. So each artist and filmmaker had like a short kind of moment of having their personal interviews. And Chi had said something about, I think it was to do with belonging. And as someone who's also of mixed heritage, I felt that. I actually chickened out of going to the second wave evening, legit, because I was like, no, I don't know no Filipinos, I'm just going to be the... And so I watched it back the following evening on YouTube, the full thing, and I thank God because I sobbed hard from a deep place. And I was like, I need to be involved in the third wave. These times the third wave wasn't even announced. I was like, surely there has to be a third wave, and if there is, I have to be involved. And yet still at the 11th hour, I was like, no, I can't, what do I have to submit? I'm not even an established artist, I don't have no show reel, I don't have no this, no that. And I just felt like God was saying, what you have is enough. Whatever you have.
Oh, wait. Let me just pause right there. What you have is enough. I love that. That was for everybody. What you have is enough.
And also, I thank God for my husband, because a similar thing, it was like our partners and our other halves were like, of course you have to apply. You know, just, what are you
So wait a
doing?
minute. Are you saying if it wasn't for Maharlika, you wouldn't have even opened the door towards this creative process?
It would have taken I don't quite know how I would have gotten there, but I guarantee it would have taken a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm fortunate to know Chris Reyes, wherever he is, from a... It feels
We
like
love you, Chris.
We love you, Chris. I'm not going to hot you up, but I know
He's
Chris
touching his
from
watch.
like a...
Oh,
Sorry.
The watch tag.
Thank you. I don't have my
Another-
glasses,
The Apple
you know,
Watch
so I have no idea. I didn't even get the tip. Okay, so Chris,
Yeah.
we love you.
love you.
Miles, did you have any questions, darling?
We have two, actually.
Are you joking?
No, we have two confirmed questions.
Give me
And
number
they gave me a
one.
microphone. I have a microphone now. This is great. All right.
Time.
Oh, it's time.
Sorry.
I'm
Sorry,
so
Ha.
online. I'm
Come
so
back.
sorry. I'm so sorry. But can we please give another round of applause, please, for Out of Step Sakras? You're awesome. I'm sorry, we're not going to run out of time next time, okay, for the online questions. All right. That was totally my bad. They were amazing. Right, we are going to move on, sweethearts, to the the next film. The next film is called Next Song, Alon. Are you ready? I'm so ready. Round of applause, please. Maharlika Third Wave. Please give it up for Alon. Next song. And can I please call on the stage Max, Sophia, and RJ. Please give them a round of applause.
We're just looking for there they are.
Fabulously late.
Stylish.
Congratulations. That was absolutely amazing.
Congratulations.
Amazing. Crowd, what do you think? Listen again. Just so you know, I'm going to be giving you a moment also to ask some questions. So if you have any questions, please let me know, okay, in the next 2 minutes. But next song, Alon, please explain to us what was the concept behind this amazing piece.
I can go. So, yeah. Something that I think we had been talking about at the beginning of the process was most of the Filipinos abroad are Filipino overseas workers. And so the most radical thing that I think a lot of Filipinos abroad are able to do is not work and, in fact, rest. And that's what the piece is about. It's about rest and who we are when we're not working in this kind of burnout culture. Yeah.
If you're resonating with that, because I'm totally resonating with that. Where did you were just like the other group, you were thrown into a room together and told to create something. Did you all resonate with that theme? What was it like coming up with the concept of it? Was it something that only one person came up with, or did you all definitely resonate with this?
I would say it was definitely a collective brain dump at first. You know, we needed to get all of our rubbish ideas out there and then kind of just like filter through and see what pearls are in the dirt, so they say. So we were toying a lot with, you know, the concept of like, oh, what if we use this cardboard as like a ship and then we can like green screen the ocean because it's like Filipino balikbayan boxes. Do you know what I mean? Do you guys know what balikbayan box is? Yeah, so we were kind of like toying with that. And then what stuck from that was the name, which is Alon, meaning wave, also representative for the third wave. So if you didn't catch that, there you go. And then, yeah, it was a brain dump of all of our ideas. And I think we made something pretty damn cool.
I don't think I know.
Can I just chip in there? Just with the box thing, I come from a theatre background, and in theatre, the imagination is used quite a lot. The film, the camera, that does not lie. You cannot pretend that like a thing's, and that's why I was like, I think that's something that like in the process I was like, oh, that's what it looks like. Yeah. But no, it's fantastic. Sorry, go on.
Sophia, what kind of challenges did you guys face? I mean, because already you've got a time limit, you've got a set budget, so there are already challenges. But what challenges came up for you that you'd like to discuss about the process?
Well, it was a completely I think the time limit was a big challenge, especially for me, where I really like to just forever to finish something. And I think what was unique about Maharlika was that, you know, I didn't know anyone, no one really knew anyone. And it's sort of, I think, that kind of process of making something together within the span of a month or something. It's really challenging because I think it sort of forces you to be very open and be very generous with yourself and with your ideas, and especially when you're sort of working creatively, you get really attached to things. And so I think it was a good practice in being open and in collaboration.
The film, the karaoke concept, and also there was some drag on the beach. Can you explain to us where this came from and what the intention was?
I think I was the one looking at karaoke videos. Okay. When I was back in the Philippines, back in December, I like traveled a lot alone and saw just like a lot of like these like old karaoke videos just playing like anywhere, like at the beach, at a bus station, at the mall, like so like I feel like karaoke like in Filipino culture, especially in the Philippines, is just like something that is just like very celebrated and practiced.
It's big.
Yeah, it's big. So that's why like everyone's like such a good singer there as well. But I think that but what I was drawn to that, and also just like the older karaoke videos like I was showing you, they were like super just like out of context and like really random and like just really like didn't make sense at all with the song, which I really loved. And so that's where it sort of started off, I think.
In these karaoke videos, for those who don't know, you often have like a Celine Dion song, and the backdrop would be a goat or a fisherman out at sea. So we definitely wanted to like take inspiration from that. Sophia had like amazing archive videos and footage that really inspired our process. And I think I was chatting to someone about this. It may have been Max, but we were chatting about, so Filipinos have had a name for like being one of the happiest people on earth. And I would personally put that down to karaoke, because like, yo, if you're singing karaoke at 7 a.m., like life must be good regardless. So we can definitely put it down to like, you know, we sang regardless. So yeah, for sure.
And I think with the drag concept, I think there's, I think the Filipino queer community, I think as well, like it's an interesting one, because like particularly the trans community has been like, I guess on TV, they I guess have been a lot of the time they use like comedy, right? Or they've been kind of pushed to the kind of box of comedy, right? And I think although that is incredibly restrictive, I think this is a film that almost pays homage to like the healing that comes with just having a good laugh. So yeah, that's kind of where that came from.
Yeah. Tell me something about gaggle. What does gaggle mean to you?
Just like something that doesn't really make sense and kind of like takes the piss, and then also just a bit satire. And yeah, I just remember being called that a lot.
I was called that. I was like, that's like triggering. I was like, gagu, like me.
So guys, have you ever been called gaggle before?
Yeah.
You have, okay. So, but what were you doing with it? Were you kind of de-triggering it? Were you?
I think what, like during the process of editing, it was like a click where it was just sort of like, oh, like this is pretty gago. This is like crazy. This is what we've decided to do is like actually quite crazy. I think maybe when Max and I were filming at the beach, which was in like North Greenwich, like the river, like the shore of North Greenwich, and he was just like digging this hole in the sand. I couldn't like stop. I couldn't stop laughing. It was also because like we were shooting this, and I was shooting Max, and there was another like short film going on across like the river, but it was just like 3 men in suits. It was like very like straight and like macho, and Max was in the background, I think, of the shot. And like, they had to move. He was like digging this hole. So it was like it was
Hello,
a funny,
Third
like,
Wave. I
situation.
love it, landing in Greenwich. Do we have any questions from the audience? If you do have a question, can you raise your hand up super duper high so we can find you? Oh, we've got one at the back there. Was that you actually singing that amazing song?
That was AI, guys. Sorry to disappoint.
No, you need to stop. Was it
No,
really?
I'm completely joking. So, separate conversation about AI and music industry, but hey, we don't have time for that, right, Chris?
And who wrote the song?
So the song, I wrote the song.
Wow, in Tagalog?
Yeah. It was...
I loved it. That was emotional.
Thank you very much. So I actually wrote all of the songs that you saw in that video. So I created 3 different pieces, which in itself was a really interesting challenge that I did not want to shy away from. And then the next challenge, well, one of those challenges was like creating different moments within that video. So the intro was like very much inspired by Lost in Translation, which was a film recommended to me by these wonderful creatives. And then I saw it and I'm like, yeah, inspired. And then the bar scene was like, I had to create something completely different. And then writing the song actually came first. And how that kind of came about was from conversations me and Max were having when we were together in Pirate Studios, and then when Sophia came along and also told us about their experiences. But this was actually the first song I've written in Tagalog in the style of OPM, because I'm an R&B and soul guy. Like, this is not my genre, but hey,
you did it, baby.
We're limitless in that way, for sure, for sure.
I can't wait to sing that at the next karaoke session. It's epic.
don't tempt me, because like, you see 94 there? I toned it down for y'all, but...
Say what?
Yeah.
Can we please give a round of applause, please, for next song, Alon?
Thank you.
My darlings, I would like to invite you all to get some more delicious food and some delicious bakery and beverages from our friends here at RICHMIX. But before I do, I'd like to give a very quick shout out to the visual artists who are, yes, hallelujah, whose artwork has been on our social media. We've got an exhibition that's going to be on stage while we have our interval. The visual artists that I would like to commend and praise are the Branches of Sisterhood, Angel. The Warrior Soul by Gabrielle Thomas, who's an amazing photographer, with Linda Lorraine. We've got Metamorphose by Jomelyn Ferris. And from London to Manila, Anthony Torres. Art is glorious and our Filipino heritage is amazing! Enjoy this 20-minute interval and we will see you very shortly. Thank you so much. Maharlika. Hello, darlings. I would like to kindly ask you to slowly return back to your seats. I hope you've enjoyed that delicious food, that wondrous break. We are about to start the second part of the third wave. In case you missed out, you have had a first half filled with the creative juices of Out of Step by Ash, Sarah, and Chris. Can we give them another round of applause, please? It was greatness. We've also had the second film called Next Song, Alon, by Max, Sophia, and RJ. A round of applause for them as well. It is not easy, the process that they have gone through. They have gone through a month of absolute torture, actually. I know this because I did this last year for the second wave, and they're making it look so easy. It is not easy to be thrown in a room with people you absolutely don't know to create something. But it is magical to be connected by our Filipino roots, and it's magical to have this platform to represent our heritage, because actually, historically, Filipinos have been ridiculously underrepresented. And yeah, it's serious. Thank you. Thank you for the round of applause. I got a fact time today, which was, out of all of the Asians, we're actually the second highest population, okay, in Britain. Yeah, we are the most underrepresented because we are usually in the most invisible spaces. But it doesn't mean that we don't have a voice. And it's platforms like this that celebrates our voices, because our voices have power. What do our voices have? Power! Our voices have power, and we are so freaking beautiful. Yes! Yeah! We have so much to offer! And hallelujah, maganda. And but genuinely, giving thanks and praise. So, we have had 2 films. Has everyone had a good time so far? Okay, you feeling full? Yeah. Are you ready for the second part? Yeah. Okay, we do have more joy. Before I give you more joy, I need you to understand that none of this would be possible without the collaboration and the creative partnership and the belief of the following people. Now, when I say their names, I need you to give them a round of applause, because I'm telling you, they're making miracles happen, okay? The first one is Omnibus Theatre. Round of applause for them, please. Now, Omnibus Theatre is run by the most amazing person in the world. Her name is Marie McCarthy, okay? She is a very humble person. She's the creative director of a multi-award-winning independent theatre in Clapham, and she provides a platform for the underrepresented in arts, amongst many other things. And if it wasn't for people like Omnibus Theatre, the greatness that is being manifested here would not be able to happen. So please, a round of applause again for Marie and her support. How could I not mention this amazing venue? Can everyone say, RICHMIX? We love you, RICHMIX. You have been the home of Maharlika, and without you and our roots being here, none of this would be possible. Thank you so much, RICHMIX. Thank you so much, RICHMIX, for all that you've done for us, championing artistic global majority, celebrating artists of colour, and advocating culture and arts in East London. We absolutely love you. Pirate Studio. I don't know if you've heard of Pirate Studio, but they have been so kind to us. All the music that you've heard here wouldn't be able to have been produced without the space and the time that Pirate Studio have contributed to us. Third Culture. Can we give another round of applause for Third Culture, please? Third Culture have given us research. They've been gathering opportunities for Maharlika to thrive, because there is no way we could do this alone. And lastly, I would like to celebrate and give thanks to Be Seen. Be Seen! Yes, be seen. who've helped us extend our audience and connect with Filipino Asian communities, because that's what it's all about. This isn't about just making art in our bedroom and leaving it for no one to be seen. It's about making art and getting it out there to inspire others to stand out there and be bloody proud of who they are and everything that they've come to represent, because you are glorious. What are you? You are so glorious. Oh my God. Okay, so I would love to know how you're feeling. I'd love a little bit of feedback, because this isn't about me, you know. This is about us, okay? So we're going to have a microphone. We're going to pass it around. And I'd just love to know how this has been for you. Is that okay? Yeah. So can we have a light on the audience, please? Because you are our family and we love you. Oh, wait. Okay, we've got the microphone. Okay, and I am going to ask you for your feedback. Your voices are important. You are not invisible here, darling. So, can you please put your hand up? And we've got Chris Reyes. Oh yeah, he's gonna pass you the mic. So, hands up, please, darlings. Some feedback. Oh, we've got someone at the back there.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Spiros. I'm Greek Cypriot. I'm very grateful to be here to meet the Filipino culture. Coming from a Greek nationality, is a different story for us. But Cyprus is a very tourist place, and we have a lot of Filipinos there. One thing I've noticed, they were always at the beach, groups, and they're laughing, and they're singing, and I see smiley faces, and it was something that I've noticed from them, you know, and they're very connected all together, which is a good thing. So I'm very grateful, I would say. That's it. You know.
Oh my God, I love that. That word, grateful. I'm taking that. Thank you so much for sharing. And we're so grateful for your presence. And it's true, we do love life, don't we? Like, there's just something in me that loves smiling and saying hello to people, and I know that's from my Lola. So, yes, thank you so much. Anyone else who would like to give us a key word for how they're feeling today? Okay, we've got someone over there. Okay, give it to me, baby.
Hello, my name's DJ.
Yo, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing really good.
You look fabulous, by the way.
Thank you so much. Don't give me a big head. Come on, tell me. Give me a word. How are you feeling?
The key word for me is inspired. I grew up in Britain, but Filipino background.
Kumusta, darling?
Very good, thank you. And I always felt, well, some of the themes of the films are really resonating with me, because I felt like growing up I didn't have a community or didn't feel like I had a place. But being here tonight amongst so many Filipinos and inspiring people has just, it's given me hope in this community. So thank you.
You're gonna smudge my makeup. I love you so much, and you're so right. It is
Salamat,
so good.
salamat.
I love you, Mahal kita. Thank you so much. I love you. Okay, any more keywords, darlings? Come over here. Come on, Chris. Run. Dalian mo. Hello, family.
Hello.
Hi.
Just keep it short and sweet. I feel very proud. I feel very proud of the whole Filipino community and all the other communities as well. But, you know, we're all being brought together and showing ourselves off. So well done, everybody.
Yes, everyone shimmy for me. We are showing off, and you're allowed to.
Hello, my name is Dylan.
Hey, Dylan. Everyone say hello to Dylan.
My keyword is just, I think, relatable. I think I came here not thinking I'd have anything to correspond with, because I'm not Filipino, and I'm just here to support my sister. But I thought after I watched the first two movies and stuff, especially the one about my sister, I'm mixed heritage, because obviously I'm English and Congolese. So I thought after what she said, it kind of related with me as well, because I've always called like whitewash when I was at school, so it wasn't really, it was just mixed heritage, and that kind of related with me a bit. But So.
Love that. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And I think that's why this is so important. Oh, darling, Chris, we've got one more, one more at the front.
So my keyword is hopeful. I've got biracial children, Filipino and white. So just seeing this, it's like an inspiration that I know that they'll have representation when they need it. Like Chris is doing great work. Like, this is amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for making my mascara run. I love you so much. That was beautiful. So now we understand we're on the same page and we all know what we're here for. I would like to introduce you to the third film. The third film is called Ginhawa. Yeah, you can give them a round of applause. I'm going to say nothing. We're going to watch the film, and I'll be right back with you.
When will you say yes to me? Tell me quando you will happiness to me. Oh, my love, tell me when. Every moment of the day, every day since the lifetime. Let me show you the way. We rejoice the untold. I can't wait to live. Tell me quando.
OMG. A round of applause for Ginhawa, please. And can I please call those amazing artists up on the stage? Can I please have Jelly, Marie? Can you come over, please? Come on the stage, please. Wow. That was so powerful. Do you agree? All the films today have been amazing, and I think it's really funny how there's a theme that seems to be connecting them as well. Can you tell us a little bit about your piece?
Me? Oh God, I'm really bad at explaining stuff.
You're talking the microphone down.
So our piece is just about the displacement that sometimes we feel as British Filipinos, and personally that's a journey that I've gone through, growing up as a full Filipina but not being Filipino enough, but also not really being British enough, or whatever that means, and then having to find my way and go my own journey to like connect myself to my heritage and to feel full as a person.
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, I'm still kind of getting over it. There was such a build-up, and that hand on the shoulder just did something to me in my heart. I don't know where it came from. But can you tell us a little bit about what that build-up was about for you?
I think for a long time, in the beginning, we were like, do we have the cycle? Like, was it just going to be in a day in her life, or did we have the days building up to it? And then I think in the end, the days building up to it really worked, because you could see the struggle, and like the concept of her like going underwater and the more she was drowning. So I think that kind of concept made it more important, like the shoulder at the end, like, because if it was just a day in her life and then she embraced her ancestors at the end, it wouldn't be the same without seeing her pain throughout time, if that makes sense.
Can you tell us about the music?
Yes. So we, as a group, it was just me and Marie. And Josh, yeah, actually.
Actually, where is Josh?
Josh is our sound designer.
Josh, do you want to come up, darling? Please. Because actually this genius has been secretly responsible for the musical direction of the films in Maharlika, and none of this would be possible without you. So please, can you give a round of applause to Josh, please?
Thank you.
But for a lot of, like the previous groups have kind of explained, we had a 2-week process. So the first one was kind of storytelling, and the second week of creation. Like everyone else kind of had a group and I didn't, and me and Marie would zoom in and we would touch base at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, but at Pirate Studios it was just me sitting alone in a dark room. No, don't feel bad for me. But when it came to actually telling the story, like we were going back and forth even before we'd met about are we going to tell the story through the vice of food, or you know, like what it's like to be a Filipino woman growing up in London. And we were also, I think I was also very conscious of the fact that there was only me and you know, we have a very like super tight budget to get everything done, and we pulled in a lot of favors to get this film made. But when I was writing it was like toying around with the idea of like, well, what happens if we don't put any dialogue in? And what if and I think when we first met, I was like, sound is going to play such a big part in this film, because one, like as an actor, I just wanted to explore what it would be like to tell a story without actually having to say anything. You know, like sometimes we can always rely on text and the words to tell a story, but actually there are so many other elements that we can use to tell stories.
And you did it incredibly.
You did it incredibly. And I wanted to use the theme of water to mirror her emotions and to actually speak for her in certain ways. Like we were always talking about, like how do you show without words that time has passed? So things like the boiling of the kettle, or you know, the ticking of a clock. And then it just got me thinking about other things like, you know, the washing machine going and running a bath. But then again, it's all water themed, and then playing around with the soundscaping of that. Someone feeling very lost in themselves, and I kept having images of, you know, like how vast the ocean is and a lone boat out in the horizon, or like a sinking image of an object in the ocean and how small it can feel in such a big world. And then that was it played quite a big part in indicating what we wanted to do with sound, because again, that's where like we were thinking, well, what if we were going to use this really popular karaoke song, as time goes on and she starts to feel more lost without her connection to anyone, and she can feel people around her and see visually that people around her are having moments of connection that she still can't grasp onto, then the world she starts to feel smaller in she starts to feel smaller in this world that she's created in her head. But how do we do that with sound? So we used...
Which was accomplished so beautifully by Josh. Well done, darling. It was wonderful.
Actually, I think if we're going to talk about sound, we have to shout out Jelly's Tito.
Yeah, my tita Titlo.
Are you joking? What did your tita do?
He sang Cuando, Cuando, Cuando.
He was the vocals. That was a
Say
real...
what? Shout out to the Tito.
Come on.
Do we have any questions from the audience or from online? Miles, wagwanin.
Yo, we got one question from online.
Yeah.
How can we, and this comes from Mark, by the way, shout out Mark.
Yo, Mark.
How can we convince elders that the traditional routes are not the only way to be successful?
I think that's a really good question. I can relate quite strongly to that. Just because even though Filipinos, they love like their media and their like music and film and everything, I think especially just in the Asian community in general, it's hard to understand like what goes in. Like it's a career, it's not like a hobby, it's not just something you watch, there's like a lot of work goes into it. I think especially because I did like a creative degree, and I think for a long time, especially in the Filipino community, it's kind of like, what's she actually doing? Is she gonna make any money? Like, do you have a 9 to 5? And I was like, I can make good money, but it's also because I love it. It's like what I want to do, and so I think it's really important to pursue your dreams and not just do what you hate. Because also in the older generation, having a 9 to 5 is kind of not glorified, but like that's how you like say that you're successful, that you have a full-time job. And I think it's up to like the young people to show that because you can be successful doing your creative dreams, you can be successful doing what you love. Because older people, even though they have a lot of money and they work really hard, doesn't mean that they're happy. So I would rather obviously make good money, but also be happy what I do for a living rather than do a job that I hate.
I love that. Any more questions from the audience this time? Darling, over there, we've got a question. You might need to just shout it out for me, babe. I love that. So how do you maintain that connection to your cultural roots in the midst of living in Babylon?
I'm quite fortunate because I found my like way back into my Filipino heritage through food.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love to eat. And when just as I started to get older, I kind of like missed all the food and the family parties that I used to go to, and started cooking at home, and like most creatives, like ended up in hospitality. And then when it came to starting my own business with my very close friend and business partner, when we both sat down, was like, well, what if we wanted to open a restaurant? What would we open? And I was toying around with the idea of opening a Filipino restaurant. And Filipino food, like even like now, we're starting to like come up, and people are starting to recognize us through that industry, which is amazing. And but at the time, this was like 3 or 4 years ago, we were just starting to kind of like peep through. And I was like, I think we should kind of join this, like jump on this wave before it like disappears, or like we become one of the people that join it too late. But it was also a way for me to explore my heritage through the medium of food. And I'm very, very fortunate that I've got an amazing team and an amazing head chef called Dorothy, who loves food just as much as me, and she loves the history of knowing why we have certain dishes. And you know, food's an amazing way to connect with people as well. Like, you can connect with anyone through food. So I think for me personally, it's been food, and then now because of Maharlika, I've found a voice and I can do it creatively too.
I love that. Do you have any more questions from the audience? Can I just quickly ask, what does Ginhawa mean?
So we made sure, we checked with Shah, but in the context of our piece, it means a release.
A release.
Yeah, so
okay.
I think sometimes when we feel disconnected from people, we feel a certain suffocation, or you know, like a tightness in the chest. And I don't know if anyone's ever experienced like panic attacks or anything of that sort of vein, but a lot of like the one thing that people always tell you is to breathe. And when we feel tense or when we feel certain emotions, we tend to, you know, stop breathing and hold it. And I think for this, like, it is one of those things where, you know, we wanted the camera to be the second character in the film, and in this purpose be like the ancestor that has been watching us all the time. And actually, we've never been alone. Oh my God. And at the end, it was, you know, especially towards the end of the film, like once you go into the fourth cycle of Christy's life, you start to feel that like the kettle is really boiling for her, and she's in that spin cycle, and she's fully submerged, and she can't seem to, no matter where she looks, she can't escape that feeling. And it's just when, you know, like sometimes when you're on the verge of an emotion, someone goes, "Are you all right?" and they hug you, and you think, "Oh, I'm gonna like burst out crying." And it was just kind of like that. I think that's why we decided it just needed to be a hand, because that's all you need. Maybe it's that one person at the right time that can just make you feel like at home.
So powerful. A round of applause, please, for Ginhawa.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we've got a shout out to Chi.
She's the one that like gave us the idea to do kind of like to go with the ancestors' point of view, because we it's like at the point where we were brainstorming, we just met like a week later.
Well, she asked us the question. She was like, "Well, who is, if you want the camera to be a person or a character, who is it?" And we were like, "Oh, yeah. Who do we want it to be?"
And that was the lesson. You are not alone. Everyone, round of applause for Ginhawa, please. Josh, Jelly, and Marie. Oh, I feel so connected to the ancestors right now. It's so good, and I resonate so much with that theme. The last film, My Angels, Maharlika, Third Wave, and to everyone that is here, you are amazing. Thank you for your presence. Thank you so much for holding space for this greatness. The next film is called Sanka!
I'm from an archipelago made up of 41 islands situated in the Western Pacific Ocean, where the fan chocolate grows in the mountains. My parents from the capital where Fraser and Ali had their thriller, where even though there's poverty, there's unity. I grew up in a westernized society where crime is the birth child of the gap between the wealthy and the less fortunate. Before I was confident in my skin, in primary school I was the only Oriental kid getting pushed around like this. In a Catholic school asking God, why is my eye shaped like this? It's different when you move from Philippines to a Western country, being shy and introverted but at least awkward to approach another kid who at least looks South Asian. I wanted to know why our surnames are Spanish, Why did history on a heritage vanish? Hoping my pesos, I worked hard and strong in the exchange rates. There's a party in my house and my friends so late. Filipino time, don't you confuse calamansi with lime. Tagalog my tongue, up or wrong in the weddings. Arguments settled with dishes. And just like the top scorer karaoke in the parties, I gotta stay 100. Sipping fresh buku mangoes from Cebu, adobo and kare kare vibes barbecue. Just like the barbecues from Filipino parties, marinating with different cultures. Learned to not get lost in the sauce. While I was praying for the shine I wish I had, why be the star if you could be the sun surrounded by them like the Philippine flag? My pants sit smooth on the stove, on the dish be my bae. I ain't talking about hope, I make cool scenes or cool scenes that's feeding the soul in the kitchen of aunties where spring rolls get rolled. Mama moved into London from Philippines, said why is it cold? She was selling bread on the street just to make ends meet in Manila. Even though she has hair, she had to move bold. Middle of equator from Far East Asia. Traffic is mad in the capital, work long hours for the capital. Sundays at church, Tito post office and my tita's a nurse or a caretaker for a rich family. And my roots are my gravity. What you know about spam chopped up, fried, dipped into egg rice, eat it with spoon. Even with the weather monsoon, everybody happy, so I float on lagoons on a video call to my lola, trying to teach her how to use Zoom. Whole family once slept in one room. Prayed that my people safe from typhoons. Gotta stay true. Growing up in London, I was tried drawing a stick to my culture. They can never break me like I'm bamboo. Ang hindi mura nung lumingon si pinangalingan. Ay hindi magkakarating sa paparoonon. My archipelago, there is much more fun.
Anong luha
Sit a double tayo nagkakamayan with my cup of bayan. Half ube cake with the ice and buku pandan and everybody smiling. Through my provinces like Carabao, we were riding. Ang sarap ng halo-halo suman on the side. Haba-haba holding up my family of 9. Buku pandan and everybody smiling with my cup of bayan. Half ube cake with the ice and... Everybody in my barangay know me. Getting 100 in a karaoke. Light up the Oleg barbecue smoky. In my hometown I be feeling so free. If you don't know where you came from, you can never get to where you're going. River in Palau when I was rowing. Got no Wi-Fi when I'm in Chagall, but my family connected. Under the palm trees, hammock I was resting. Lola raised a hand, man up what I was blessing. Mistaken for Chinese. If you don't know your identity, other people will tell you what to be.
Where
Wow! Saan ka? Can I please call Shah, Ron, and JKH on the stage, please? Saan ka? Dalhin mo. Come on, guys. Amazing. We love you. You got me moving. Slowly, very slowly. It's been a long process. Thank you so much for your gift. That was absolutely amazing. It was a journey. Can you tell us about the journey? Because it feels like what it means to be Filipino, which is there are 0 boxes. That's what it felt like to me. Can you tell us a little bit about what we've just experienced right there?
I guess I'll go first. Sorry, what was the question?
Okay, number 1, who are you?
Hi guys, my name is Ron. I was the director.
Okay. Ron, what you've just given us today, can you tell us a little bit about that gift that you have just presented us? Because it was beautiful.
Yeah, it was the birth child of all 3 of us. Just coming together. We wanted to really focus on nostalgia as kind of baseline of our film. That's why we have a lot of VHS footage, just to kind of bring us back. Yeah, I guess all of us these 2 are performers, musicians, and we wanted to bring in that element to the film, almost like a musical, like a creative musical. I don't know.
What came first, the video or the music?
The music. I think.
And who's responsible for the music?
All of us.
Everyone.
It was, well, yeah, I was in the studio with Joshua a lot, but Ron's voice is in there, Jay's voice is in there, your voice is in there, so all of our voices are in there, but yeah, the spoken word, the Pancit Adobo track, and then the title track, which is San Ka Pinanganak, with the trance techno, bam, 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 bam. Yeah,
which is so Filipino. What was your intention with this film, with this piece?
Yeah, so the intention was about a journey of us of Philippine background, returning to realizing the beauty of our culture. So, just for some context, a lot of us, and a lot of you especially, are most likely not born in the Philippines, like myself. I'm born in London, and so is Ron, right? Mm-hmm. And I guess Shah's the only one who fluently speaks Tagalog, right? So my journey growing up is, I was always, I've seen it all. I've experienced the segregation growing up in primary school to a certain point where I had no choice but to accept that I was different. I became a lot more proud about myself. I don't know if you ever remember those hoodies with the Adidas hoodie with the Philippine flag. I started going to school with it because I was so proud of it. Every time I had a party in my house, it was always lit. And yeah, so what was the question, sorry? Yeah. Oh yes, so that's what it is, returning back to our culture. But also most of us have come to a part in our journey where we kind of wanted to not run away from our culture, but kind of be distant from our culture in a way, even me and the beautiful thing about this workshop that we had is that we did 2 weeks we had 1 week of a creative development where we spoke to each other about upbringings and listened to each other, to get an idea of who I'm working with, because obviously we have all met each other just on the day, right? Yeah. So thank you, Chris, for allowing us to give the space, for giving the space to us, and it really allowed us to really express, but also realize certain things about ourselves that we didn't know. For example, I actively downloaded the app and started learning how to speak Tagalog every single day, which I recommend to everybody. Big up to Ling and Duolingo.
You're so cute. Okay.
Yeah. Amazing. Yes. No, it was quite challenging in the beginning because Chris did mention, and I'll say it, we were a wild card group, apparently. That was the word that was used. And but I think one of I think it was Ash who said that once we lay out our fears and anxieties, like this is what I'm afraid of, and this is also where I would like to explore more. I think all of us were so vulnerable and open. I mean, we're from different backgrounds, and we just, like we said, we were just thrown into the deep end. Good luck, and yeah. But I think that process is really intense. Like intense, it doesn't even encapsulate it. It's like a soul awakening, heart opening, mind elevating experience. And I mean this without any hyperboles, not to kind of, but it was just so transformative. I speak for myself, but I think for all of us here. So, yeah, Maharlika, what's up?
Amazing. Do we have any questions, Captain Miles? Not online. Okay, sweethearts, anyone in the audience have any questions? I can see a hand up there. We're going to need some lights in the audience. We've got a brother or sister over there that wants to say something. Oh, should I give you a microphone? Oh, sheesh. Go on, bring it to me, baby.
Thank you, thank you.
In case you didn't hear it, it was, that edit was sick.
Yeah, man, big up to Ron. Do you know a fun fact here? So,
we love a fact time.
Yeah, like fact. So the thing is that I really trust my team. You know, I gave all my trust to like my whole team. Like usually, you know, I'm a music artist as well, so I've had like more than 10 videos filmed of myself. And if you know, I normally go back and forth with the director and the sound engineer. But this was one time where I didn't go back and forth with all. I said, listen, I trust what you're doing. I'm gonna leave it to you. Like. And the same thing with Ron, like this is my first time actually watching the whole video, so yeah, like all because I trust my team. So yeah, thank you. And also
you are a great team.
Thank you.
The wild card team. Wow. Any more questions or feedback from the audience? Yes, we've got one over here.
Congratulations on the video and being part of Maharlika's Third Wave. How will that impact future work that you might want to create and develop?
Okay, so in case you didn't hear, how will this impact future work that you want to develop, being with Maharlika and this creative project that you've just done?
Cool, I guess I'll go first. I come from like a cinema background, like I study film, but when I saw this on my feed, like for Maharlika, it was more of a creative like arts, like filmmaking process. So it wasn't necessarily narrative driven, but like artistically driven. And so going through this, like making this film and working with these amazing people, it's like I kind of want to go more into the artsy side of like filmmaking. I don't know, I just find it very interesting.
It suits you, darling.
21 years old.
Do you agree?
Can we just say, he goes to uni while making this film. It's his finals, and he's juggling so many things.
I need to say something about Ron as well. He not only directed it, he's singing in it, he's doing ad-libs, all while he's got stuff going on with uni. This guy is a miracle, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, we have some delicious Filipino fruits here in this country, guys. We celebrate them here. Any more feedback for our artists or anything that you want to share? We've got over here.
I think, did you want to say?
Something? Yeah, like building a community.
Yeah.
Like that's something that I aim for as an artist. You see, the majority of us people, like we are influenced by either the government or the creatives and actors, but we rather listen to the creatives and the actors and the music artists, right? So for me, I find building a community very, very important. Like it's lovely to see, you know, us of Philippine background here, but even those who are not Filipinos as well, welcome to our culture as well. And yeah, like, I love to share, you know, I love to share, like the majority of my friends are also non-Filipino as well. Like I get so excited when I share, like this is pansit, this is halo and all that.
It's delicious.
It's delicious.
You gotta share the love. We did have one question over there, darling. Do you want to shout it out for us? Oh, shit.
I just want to say,
we want to download, baby.
This is my first time doing film music, and you've made it so effing easy. And I think the process working with all of you that solidified my love. I thought I was in love with music, and I did this, and I've fallen even deeper in love with music. But as for the song, we are going to release.
The song.
We've got a
We
club
have to.
edit, a radio edit,
Radio edit,
fiesta edit.
Fiesta edit. This was like the most naturally the most natural process of writing a song. All the words just came out naturally. I just thought all the different foods and just thought, should I help me? Does this make sense? Does pansit, all this, cover band, all, I mean, at the same time, I was learning the language as well. And also, a cool thing is that it also teaches other people the language as well. Like other people who may not be Filipino, when they listen to this, they just hear the melody and then they just, hear the words, learn all the dishes. You get me?
So Anka, you are amazing. You manifested greatness and you have redefined what it means to be Filipino and an artist to a whole new dimension. Thank you so much for raising the bar to the stars. We love you. Round of applause, please, for Anka. I am so proud right now. Maharlika Third Wave is amazing. I just need some time to digest. I'm sure you guys do too. We're going to have a 10-minute beverage session. Please talk to our artists if you've got anything to say to them because they've worked so damn hard in the last month. And I will see you in 10 minutes for some more interviews. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Everybody, we'd like to call you back in the space for us to start the night. Okay, everybody, we wanna call you back to your seat so we can start the night. Maharlika Third Wave, how you doing? It's already been amazing, and I have to tell you there's still gonna be more amazing. It's coming to the end already and I'm feeling sad, but we are not ending without the most amazing panel discussion you will have ever experienced in your life. But before we start, I need the spirit back in the space. I need everyone holding space because art is sacred. Maharlika is sacred. All the voices that you've heard are sacred. You are amazing. We are amazing together. And this moment will never happen again in the same way. So let's all be present, ready for this moment. Okay? Thank you, family, thank you. So we are going to start now the next segment, which is, hello, yes, thank you, the panel discussion. It's my favorite part because we are going to be talking about an issue which affects so many of us in this room or people that are around us. It's all about underrepresentation in various sectors of our economy. We've got the creative sector, the corporate and social activism, and how especially the Filipino is underrepresented in these areas. I would like to introduce to the stage three profound people who I've met, who I know, who are affecting and being the change that they want to see in the world, and I would love for you to please hold space and give a round of applause for them. The first person is Emily Foster, who is from Third Culture, a corporate consultant, is interested in inclusivity and research and policies. Please, Emily, come to the stage. I would like to invite to the stage Chi, who's been mentioned and name dropped several times today, aka Christine Sanford. She is a creative sector representative. She is also a second wave artist who I'm passionately in love with. She's the ambassador for Kalungan, which I'm sure she's going to talk to you about later, which supports Filipino migrants and community work with focus groups. And last but not least, I would like to introduce Rachel Adad Mesley, who is going to be representing education. She's a mother, a social activist, and is going to be speaking on inclusivity in communities and education. So, Rachel, please do come up as well. Round of applause, yeah. It's scary, okay? It's not easy up here. But we love you. And now these next 25 minutes are going to be spent in conversation with these wonderful people talking about what underrepresentation actually means and how it affects us. So, open to the panel. Hello, darlings. Thank you so much for blessing us here at Maharlika Third Wave. How are you doing?
Nervous.
Okay.
Nervous.
Okay, darling, how are you doing?
Pretty good, thanks.
That's wonderful.
But I'm nervous.
Okay, that's good. Nerves is just energy, so we're going to be alchemists and change that into something positive. You need to be heard right here. Why is underrepresentation such an important thing? Why should we even care? Does it even matter? Who cares?
Matters.
Why?
It really matters. Because, and I think a lot of us have spoken about it already, that when it comes to seeing people that look like us be so human on a screen, we can see that we can achieve the same thing. And to put it like really lightly and really quickly, we are so dynamic. We're not, Filipinos, people in general, we can be so dynamic. We're not one fits all. There's so many different versions of us that we can show. We can see that in the emotion of each film. There's so many different sides to us, and someone was speaking about it before, about permission to be human. And seeing that from another person allows us to say, actually, I'm allowed to feel this. And and celebrate that and explore that and understand where that comes from in all of its different sides. It's so complicated to start the conversation.
Do you often find yourself in a room full of Filipino creatives when you're at uni or doing your projects? So you're like, yo, there are so many of us here.
You know what, Sunshine, and you know this, because last year you was on my panel in my university because I started an art festival that celebrates people of color in general, global majority people. So, you know, if global majority artists are not like, you know, collectively upholding each other, let alone Filipino, you know, and yeah, so the answer is no. But that's why we carve out spaces, right? I think we're in a stage as Filipinos where we need to be the trailblazers. And that is hard and it's tiring, you know, let's not lie to ourselves. It takes a lot of energy. But as someone else said as well, like, we're doing this for the next generation. And also, the other generations currently who are still waiting to give themselves permission, take this as a sign to do, just do and be and make. This is not just a sign, I'm telling you.
Oh,
you know?
wow.
Well, Maharlika does mean noble class, warrior class, and maybe this is what we're saying. This is the evolution of the Filipino. Like, it's time to be like that arrow that makes the change. Emily, how is it for you? Hello, darling. Good morning.
I'm just enjoying it.
Can you tell us a bit about your background and whether you see lots of representation in your world?
My background. So in terms of work, I worked for many years in the corporate sector in advertising, to put it very simply, both in Asia, Philippines, Hong Kong, and also here in the UK. But in terms of just generally, in terms of the corporate world, indeed, I think that representation is a major issue. That's a fact in terms of Philippine representation within the UK. What we mean by that generally is sheer numbers. Does it represent society, etc.? Do we have people in senior positions? All that kind of stuff. But I guess the bigger question, you know, I'd like to answer is, which is what you asked, which is what is underrepresentation? And it's really about visibility. And you said people that look like us. Now, as someone who presents as white, that's sometimes a complicated thing for me because I don't look like a lot of people who are multiracial, Filipino, British, but I also do look like some people who are. And so for me, my experience personally of being underrepresented or I have white privilege, so I can't say I've been discriminated against in the same way. But what I would say is that when it comes to visibility and when it comes to matters of race and identity, the feeling of belonging or not belonging is way beyond just the color of your skin. And I have always felt alone, different, just like everybody else has talked about here. Yes, for a moment when I'm in a meeting with people, senior, white, middle-aged, you know, men, for a moment they may think I am like them, and then once I open my mouth and talk in a certain way, you know, they're lost. So I think that is a more complex and nuanced conversation about what we mean by representation or visibility and what race or identity actually is. I used to spend a lot of time, to wrap up very quickly, in the Philippines. I was born there, speak Tagalog, so my time in the UK is actually a lot less than my time in Asia. And I used to spend so much time, way back when I first moved to England in the mid-90s, feeling as if, feeling sick, physically sick, every time I came back to the UK from being in the Philippines because I felt so disconnected and there was very little here of anything like this. Now that's really changed. But I guess I say this because of that feeling that you can't describe what that is, and it's not just about the physical.
So beautiful.
Sorry, bit long.
Not long. Perfect, darling. Perfect. Rachel, can you tell us a little bit about your experience of underrepresentation in the education sector?
So I taught for a number of years in a predominantly white community, and the school that I taught at, staff of 25 people, I think, there were 2 people of color, and I was the only Filipino there. And I, just thinking of my kids and their time in school, I think it's really important to see teachers and like teaching assistants or head teachers visible within the school, because it's important for them to see themselves represented at school. Like, they're there every day. It's just important to see themselves reflected in their everyday lives other than at home. And then just thinking back to like when my daughter brought something to show and tell that my brother had bought her, and she's like, oh, my Tito Baba got this for me. And none of the staff knew what Tito meant, and they're like, oh, well, who's Tito? But if you have that representation, people kind of know what that means. Like, I grew up in a very culturally diverse community, so I knew what Tito meant, I knew what Nona meant, I knew what Appa and Ama meant. Sorry, I think I'm going on a tangent, but it's just about that representation and knowing more about the wider community. That makes sense?
What is the impact of not being represented in these spaces for young people, for the future leaders who are in these educational systems?
Feeling like they don't belong. I think if they don't see themselves in their everyday lives outside of the house, I feel like I don't belong sometimes, especially where I live. I don't know what everybody else has to say.
I have a story from when I was younger. When I was young, I genuinely believed I had blue eyes and blonde hair, and I looked in the mirror every day to brush my teeth. That connection between what that physically looked like and to what I thought I looked like, I still can't really explain it or describe it. And I don't even know where to begin with that whole conversation.
I feel I have black hair and darker skin every day because that's how I really feel inside. So looking at me, I actually dislike it. It's a very strange feeling to have.
Strange feeling.
It's like that decolonization all throughout my body, really. Yeah.
It's so, there's that sense of not belonging, but there's a sense of fitting yourself into somewhere that you just don't, you don't belong there, you know? We don't feel like we belong because we don't, really. Like, I'm not blonde and I haven't got blue eyes. Well, I mean, I'm ginger right now, but back then, I had deep black hair, and I don't know how I do know how I realized is, through the friendships that I tried to make. They were like, you can't be here, you don't belong here. And then I think I really needed to find myself before I felt like, actually, I do belong there. But at that time, I didn't, because it wasn't right for me, personally, in my personal experience. Especially growing up in Essex side of London, where it's quite rich on one side and quite not on the other side. And it was clear divide as growing up as a little one.
And in the creative sector, in terms of the impact of not having people who were the kind of gateway for other young Filipinos to enter, what's the impact, do you think?
I think it's getting people to take a chance on you, because especially sometimes it's the first time making something. And I mean, I've had it, even just applying for jobs, in the creative field, or just jobs in general. A lot of sort of the surnames are white. I've got my last name is English. You meet me and it's like, oh, okay. You've been sun-kissed, It's like, yeah. So it's, you go into these jobs thinking it's all about, equality, diversity, inclusion. And then they're introduced to this team and it's just overwhelmingly very white. And I'm like, I don't even want this job anymore. But if I do get this job, I'm changing this. Most definitely. But not everybody has that, driving force. And not everybody needs to have that. I think sometimes we do need permission to just exist. some people's role in society are to change, some people's role is to support those that are changing, you know, and it's important to know where you stand in that, because not everyone is like a fire burner. Some people are fire spreaders, you know, and that's really important.
Emily, do you have anything to say about that?
Hello. Yes, I do. I mean, the impact is quite straightforward. People don't think it's the space for them, and we just find that we get the same thing again and again in the corporate sector. We don't get the innovation or creativity we need. But one thing I would say, as someone who has lived back and forth between here and Manila for many, many years for one reason or another, is to take inspiration from the Philippines itself, because the reality is it's a fast-growing economy. It's an amazingly vibrant place with huge creative industries and subcultures that are fascinating, and there is punk in the Philippines. Please come to me for some details. My husband's a punk, and there are lots of amazing punk bands. But apart from that, you know, in terms of the corporate sector, there's a huge amount of innovation that happens, and I think we can connect more in the sense of that world as well, to help us in this world, because it's a global world. That's at the end of the day. That's just a thought from me on that.
Rachel, earlier we were talking about the fact that you were saying something about the underrepresentation, despite the fact we've got such a high volume of Filipinos in the country. Can you explain why you think there are 0 Filipino teachers in the education sector, or we're so underrepresented in these sectors?
I don't really know about the education sector, because I feel like it's like nursing. A lot of Filipinos going to nursing or going to teaching. Like my grandmother's a teacher. I don't really know why there's not a lot of Filipino teachers here. Actually, I did read online that when you go through getting your degree in teaching, a lot of black and brown people don't really make it up to where they need to go. They're not ranked as high. White people are more likely to get into education and to be rated higher. So I guess maybe that's a factor into it. So if they go to school here, they're less likely to get accepted into the places that they need to go into to become a teacher.
I know lots of SLTs, like the top of school management tend to be not representing the global majority, and I find that really interesting. Like, and how do we solve that problem? Like, where do we begin making sure that at the top we've got people who are voices for the global majority? Where do you think we can start?
We need to shake up the whole system. I need a revolution.
Oh my God, are you ready, Maharlika? And I think that goes for everybody. How do you think? I mean, we're starting here, we're planting some seeds, and the future leaders and the children are listening. What can we do to shake things up?
I will quote my teacher, who is absolutely incredible, actually owns and has started a decolonial art center in Costa Rica. Go, there is always one space that is completely free. It's literally called the Decolonial Art Center on Instagram. Check it out. But what they shared with me is they once worked in a school, so they were sort of a teacher, and alongside their colleague as well. And what they both weren't happy with the system at all. And so what my teacher did was leave. Now, their colleague decided to stay and actually really worked extremely hard to work up the ladder to be a head teacher, and it was not easy. You know, there was tears, there was moments where she probably did want to leave, but she made it to head teacher. And then the first thing that she did when she made that promotion was then bring my teacher back in after all those years. And I think that's what's important is, again, like I was saying, understand our different strengths. There's not one way to win this fight. It's a collective fight, and the reason for that is because we are, bless you, is because we are all different. And but we all have the same goal. I think that's what's important, is go about it very different ways, but there is one target. And that, I think, uplifting each other in all the ways that we need to is just so important. And I think that goes across all systems of oppression. If you are someone that can, climb that ladder through everything with your community around you, be that person. If you are someone that needs to leave, do their own work outside of that, and then sort of be brought in, make sure you continue to make that connection. That, for me, was life-changing.
Awesome. I don't know how to beat that answer. I guess
It's not a competition.
I'll start with a positive. Yeah, it's not. It's just an amazing. It's so inspiring. I'll start with a positive. I think in the corporate sector within the UK, there is some change. I think over the last 10 years, we've seen that industries are really understanding that difference and diversity is actually really worth embracing. But I guess the one thing I would say in terms of, a rally, a call for people from the community is there is also that process of also realizing and taking ownership for who we are rather than actually thinking that, white is best. And that's a process of decolonization. That's the reality. Of course, if you go back home, right, what are the posters that you see? Bleached skin, blah, blah, blah. It's so ingrained, and it's 400 years of being colonized by Spain that has left us that way. So I think that's a challenge. So I think we have to look inwards, and then we have to be brave and own, who we are. And this is why this is so inspiring. I think the art plays an important part in that, and that can be done in our work in any field, I think. To just embrace that uniqueness. I think, it's just really inspiring to see so many younger people here especially do that. I wish I had the courage to do that when I was in my 20s, but hey, I found myself in my late 40s, so that's all right. But yeah, thank you.
Perfect. I'd like to open it up to the floor. Does anyone, we've got some questions over there, darlings. Okay. I don't know if we've got a mic. You might need to shout it out for me, babe.
Is something that's much more remarkable, something that's much more real, more creative, more powerful. What words do you have for people who are on the verge of trying to become true to their identity, to make a name for themselves in the education space, the creative space, the corporate world, and not be ashamed of who they are, and accept that they can be assertive, accept that they can be someone and matter, when we're so used to, I think, as a culture, just fitting in and knowing our place and keeping mum about so many different things.
Do you want to go? No? Whoa. You've got two, where do I begin? Does someone else want to begin? Or am I beginning? Okay. I think I agree. I think we are very much in a shifting place, and I think understanding where that sort of fear comes from of wanting, or the idea of wanting to fit in, is that survival mode. There's if you ever need answers going forward, you always need to look back, and I think knowing your roots and how your roots have been twisted and broken and, by years of oppression, can then give power to the reasons to then create new roots or deepen your roots, But that's not easy, right? It's traumatizing, it's triggering. You need times, you know, just like on the films, you need rest. And I think sometimes, you know, ever have those moments where you're just laying in bed, you're looking at the ceiling, you're giving yourself rest, and then the best inspiration comes to you, right? That, you know, though in every moment of your existence, you are going to be inspired, and yeah, using that, rooting that, understanding like why, yeah. Does that answer your question? Because I don't know how to end that sentence.
Yeah, I love that. I love the rest, give yourself space. That's a big one. And I was just reflecting before this panel as well on like what my inspiration has been. And I have to say it's been love. It's been the men I've fallen in love with, actually, and my husband from the Philippines as well. And I think it's about that connection. I guess my answer in terms of words of inspiration is to make those connections and learn from those connections, because learning, this process is uncomfortable and difficult sometimes, but if you do it with people, that can just be even better, right? And which is, I think, also a great example from the various films here, how these people have just been thrown together, don't know each other, and that connection was actually as powerful as anything else. So yeah, I would say that would be my inspiration.
I love that. I think it's really important. It's like you were saying, Emily, about what diversity brings to a space in terms of creativity. And when you acknowledge the fact that I'm bringing something so ruddy, amazing to this space right now, and I've got nothing to hide from that, I think it's such a wonderful thing to celebrate that. Thank you so much for your question. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Oh, over here I heard something. Okay, I think Chris is gonna run to you. I'm gonna run to you. Let's do karaoke.
Hi, thank you so much for tonight. I come from Northern Ireland and I grew up in the Filipino community there. As you know, like Filipino people will probably simulate and not say anything. If you're in a workforce and someone says something, not aggression, but says something, how do you encourage Filipino people to stand up and say, you know what, that's not right? Or you shouldn't be saying that. I've been in many rooms where people have said something and sometimes they don't know I am mixed. And I didn't say anything at all because my mom has taught me, don't say anything, put your head down, move on. And it's been, yeah.
Thank you for sharing something so personal. I appreciate it. Well, the reality is it's discrimination and it's the law. So I think just basic level is just, throw that at them. Sometimes people forget. That's what annoys me the most when it comes to matters about inclusion and diversity or whatever you want to call it in this country, is that people think that it's about being woke and it's political correctness, using old language and all of that. But they forget what is actually the law in this country, which is pretty straightforward. But on the other hand, I realize that the reality is that it's painful and difficult. So I would just say it's about, if that is happening, to hold that space for somebody if they're being affected by it, and to reach out, to have, because it is not, you're not alone really in that. It's a difficult one to answer, but at the base level, that would be the first thing. It's the law. If anyone wants to discuss the details of the legislation, I'm very happy to do so afterwards.
There are organizations out there now who are are there to help you if you ever come across things like that. Like there's On Your Side, who offer mental health services. There's EVR, who offer family friendship groups to universities, to overseas students who come here. So I think also look online and see what's available, because there are a lot of programs that are popping up now that are in service to us. So we should utilize it.
I was going to say something, but I think That was pretty nicely said, yeah.
Thank you so much for your question. We've got one more question.
It's not actually a question, but I want really to express what I felt listening to all the girls there. And I was really sad at the beginning, like from each one of you, that we wanted to feel another color or another color of hair, because that's the feeling of around you, and not accepting yourself as what you are, and trying to imagine that you're something else that somebody else will accept, but you shouldn't. And I come from, I grew up as a minority as it comes to religious faith in a very small place. I felt like a black kid among white kids when I was being with white kids. And there is no such a thing of a color, by the way. I've never learned that. I don't believe in borders. I don't believe in, we are all humans. And to try to get a label that we are something, even though we too come from cultures, but if I check my DNA, I'm going to be like probably 10 nations. I don't know what I am. I'm sure, because Cyprus was conquered so many times, so to start saying, I'm Greek, I'm Cypriot, whatever, I don't know really what I am. And I don't believe that any of you are something, you are unique, each one of you. We should share and celebrate our cultures and never be afraid to accept or say whatever you have inside you. You know, I would love to have something of you. You know, I would love to have something from any of you know, and I would love to, I could be able to talk your language. I try to speak like 5 languages, but Tagalog is definitely difficult for me for the moment, because I come from Latin alphabet, so, but it's there, you know, I could if I, a little bit of time, and I would love to communicate and feel how you feel when you are talking, because every language has the way of, it creates a feeling of the person that's using it, and I'm just want to say that don't ever afraid or never think or twice. I never felt the diaspora. We have it as well. I was born and raised in Cyprus, but we have people that they were born here. So I understand what you're saying. You feel weird. You're from there, but you were born here. It makes, and I believe it's difficult. I understand it's difficult for every one of you. But I would like to support what you're doing. Just share it. What you're doing is very nice, beautiful here, and I support it. Yes, I'm very grateful for it. But never afraid to feel what you are. You are all unique. Okay, and that's it.
I love that. We are all unique. Oh, we've got an online question. I'm so excited right now.
No. I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get online questions. They're not really interacting. We've got one more.
Okay, one more question.
Hello. Thank you for the talk panel. Amazing panel right here. We've got, wait, where? No. Yeah, so we've been talking about, decolonizing. We've been talking about intersectionality as well in the sector, corporate world, and we've got a teacher here. So it's more of a statement and a question, because the terminologies POC, BIPOC, minorities and stuff, these are all created by the global north. We're actually not a minority, we're the majority, if that makes sense. Because why do POC and BIPOC only applies to a person of color? Why don't a white person identify as a POC? So why do we have to separate ourselves from, let's say, the majority, if that makes sense? And we're talking about, earlier on, we're talking about intersectionality in the corporate sector. How do, it's hard to tackle that issue, but I think we have to, we've got a teacher here. I can't put it in words, but do you think we need to kind of include a decolonizing module within our Key Stage 3 or within our education sector? Because we're not talking about how Great Britain damaged India. We're not talking about how Spain damaged the Philippines, and there was no reparations after 1898 after the Treaty of Paris. And it's hard for a person from Global South to migrate to Global North and navigate the system, the health system, the legal system and stuff. And that's why, we need, I think we just need a lot of education within decolonization and, intersectionality, because like the gentleman from Ireland said, it's happening there, and I've experienced it as well. So how do we actually put that into place, put that into policy, put that into, put that into, out there and actually make change happen? I don't know if I'm making sense.
You do make sense, and thank you so much for your voice as well. You're important, and we value you.
So I'm reading a book right now called Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky or something. And he said that how to create change is you kind of need to be in the system to do it. So although I was a teacher, I resigned when I had my kids. I don't think I'll go back into being a teacher, but I'm trying to do work behind the scenes and making my way up there to create the change, because you said it so perfectly, like the curriculum just doesn't teach anything else about the Global South and Britain's history and its impact on everywhere else. But yeah, that's just my opinion. You have to kind of be in the system in order to create the change that you need to see.
I think also it's important to note that we don't know the full effects of all of the shit that's been happening to us and our ancestors. We are still understanding every day how that presents in our life and how that presents as a community, and like it's just so difficult to understand the right things or it's just so large, it's like it's years of oppression that we're trying to understand in our year of life and years of life. And it's one thing that I do want to say is, as Sunshine said, I work for Kanluan, which is a charity that actually kind of started created and forced, because you do need that sort of aggression sometimes, that asked the NHS to make Filipino a category for our nurses and NHS workers. And the reason that's important is because we make up a very large portion of the NHS. And also, a lot of our brothers and sisters died during COVID because they were the nurses. They were, the first person that gave the COVID injection was a Filipino woman. And you're saying that there isn't a Filipino sort of category when recognizing us? Insane. So that's the sort of work that Kanluan does, right? And you can volunteer with us. You can just read about us. You can find out about us right now. The project that I'm working with my co-worker, and this is still insane for me to say, we are creating the first East and Southeast Asian women's network. The first. Why is this the first? Firstly. But also, it's a great thing that this has been happening right now, and I actually get to tell you all. So, a little plug. If there are any...
Yes, Chi.
No, come on. If there are any East and Southeast Asian women organizations among here, or even just individual artists or individual people that want to be involved, we've got an event coming soon. So follow Kanluan, because everything will be posted on there, or just get my email, whatever it is. But the first is insane. It's absolutely insane.
It's the beginning of greatness, though. Damn right, it needed to start now.
Right. And one more thing before I pass the mic is anger, I think, is very... Because I can hear the passion in people's voices. And anger is so useful because there's movement in that. But you have to make sure you put it into movement. And you don't just stay angry, because that turns into bitterness.
No one's got time for that, Satan.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was about to talk about leading from hurt. which anger has a role to play. And what these people next to me do is a lot of work in the activism space into action. The work that I do is much more about when I'm working with various organizations and workplaces, how do I lead? Yes, there's a hurt that I've talked a lot about, even some of my personal experience tonight, but how do I help them understand some of the more practical aspects? How do I take them on that journey? And educate them on these things, because it wasn't in Key Stage 3 and da-da-da-da-da. And I am talking to people who are predominantly of a global north, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a balance to be done, and I have to lead from head, and even though there is that hurt. So that's my answer to your question in a way, that yes, there is that, there are some practical things that could be done at an early stage. I think education is a big piece. Art plays a huge role, as we've seen tonight, but there are much more nuanced and complex ways we have to work with, people who are currently in power, to educate them as well through training, workshops, consulting them and helping them understand how important it is to create that change in their organizations. Yeah, that'll be my answer.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. I think, I remember there was a moment in time before I had met Maharlika. I knew I needed to connect with other Filipinos, and I knew I needed to create art with other Filipinos, and it was a simple Google search. It was Filipinos in London that are artists who need something like I do. And I found Maharlika, and it was aligned, and straight away I found Chris, and it was just a cosmic alignment. So the fact that you are not alone means that there are organizations literally there for you, and you just need to go out there and say, God, Creator, help me. I feel alone, and I promise you are not alone. You are so not alone. And if the organization isn't there, don't away it, baby. Create it. Yes. Okay, do you have any more questions? Chris, how are we doing for time, darling? Tapos na. Okay, so I think we should give a round of applause for the greatness that is on stage. We have had Emily Foster. We have had Chi. And we've had Rachel. Thank you so much. For our next segment, and our final segment, I am going to be, thank you so much, my lovelies. I'm going to be interviewing the founder of Maharlika. He's been lingering in the shadows. You might have seen him in some of the films that we've seen today. His name is Chris Reyes. Can we just give a round of applause for Chris, please? He is a London-based hip-hop artist, choreographer, artistic curator. He's interdisciplinary, and his practice explores culture, identity, and human connection in modern society. He is British-born Filipino, and he's used his art to heighten awareness of diverse cultures in the UK. And his work has been to bridge the cultural gap and reconnect modern Filipinos with their roots, educating the public on the history and presence of Filipino culture in the UK. He's obviously the founder of Maharlika. He's founded a lot of other projects in the UK, which are all embracing and definitely engage music. I don't know if you've ever been to one of his parties. They're amazing. You need to go to one of his events. They are beautiful. And I would just love to open the floor to Chris Reyes and to chat to him a little bit about his greatness and what has inspired him to create this space here today. So please, a round of applause, please, for Chris Reyes. Okay, take a seat, my love, take a seat. So, Chris.
Hello.
Hello. How are you feeling? We're coming to the end now.
Tired. I'm actually tired. Yeah, it's been blessed. It's been so good. Every time I do these wave projects, it feels so special to be here. You know, it's not every day that you get to see such a great community of Filipinos, but also people who support our communities as well be here. And as a creative director, you're never really fully immersed in the project or the event. So for me, it's like I see it from a distance, but at the same time, my mind's everywhere else. But it's just the fact that I can just be here for a moment, be present, and just to see everyone here watching films driven by and led by Filipino artists. It's like, wow, we're here, you know what I mean? And I just want to say thank you so much for all of you guys for being here. And it's just such an amazing experience. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. But actually, we want to thank you. It's actually really emotional to sit on this stage with you because I know personally the work that you put into this, and you are one of the most humble kings that I know. But I would not be looking like you if I'd gone through what you have gone through to put on the events and to put on this platform here. I know it's a lot. It's a labor. If there is such a word of labor, there is a labor of love. I just want to, where do you get the power, Chris? Because you put your life into this, the blood, sweat, and tears. Please give him another round of applause, please. Because he's sitting here like it's nothing. It's not nothing. These are sleepless nights, and he gives everything to this. I just need to understand where your power comes from. How do you do this?
Oh, wow. Where to begin? So the reality is, as an artist, you're not given a paycheck. There's no safety net. And so I've been a self-freelancer for over 10 years. And I'll tell you now, I've had so many difficult times during that time as being an artist. And I say that from, I'm going to get quite emotional about this because there's been so many times as an artist. I really want to just bring space to this because there's a lot of aspiring artists right now that wants to be an artist. There's also generations before us that obviously warn us about being an artist. And I tell you now, I've been through it all, mentally, emotionally, physically. It's affected my relationship with friends. It's affected my relationship with family. But you know what? I think the thing is like you have to persevere. Because I feel the most emotional, difficult thing about being an artist is that no one's going to be there for you. And I think that's the truth. Oh, shit.
It's real.
Yeah.
Let's just keep this real.
Yeah.
The creative path is something that your heart sends
It's
you on. You're
hard.
not doing it for anything else than an absolute duty
Yeah.
and calling. So part of you is going to die.
Yeah, and so it was the very classic story of sink or swim. So I could have sunk, and I could have given up, and there was so many times where I thought I'd given up, but I'm still here. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? I'm still here, and I think to be able to sink, you have to learn from the experiences. I think sometimes when we go through certain experiences, it's very disheartening to just do something safe. The body is very good. The nervous system is always good at finding something safe. But at some point, you have to make an internal choice whether to fight it, to keep going, to be stubborn as fuck. You know what I mean? You have to make these choices. It's messy, it's muddy. And this is exactly what I've done for like 10 years. So I've been an independent, freelancing, self-produced dance artist. I've been able to navigate the creative UK scene as a choreographer. I still don't feel like I've fully achieved everything as an artist, and that's cool, but it doesn't mean it's the end of my narrative. But one thing I did love that came out of being an artist is being able to build platforms like this. Because I would never, ever, if you asked me about 5 years ago, I would have never, ever thought this would be happening right now. You know what I mean? There comes a time as well, I tell you now, being a Filipino in the UK is hard. I think the hardest thing about it is that you accept that you are here while everyone else is here. But it just made me think, it's like, but I'm British, why don't I have these, why can't I just experience life like everyone else? You know, when I say everyone else, predominantly British or English people. And it's like, oh my God. And it was hard, you know. But I just noticed something as well, is that we never really had anything. And no one was doing nothing about it. You know what I mean? And I don't blame them because it's so hard, you know? So I learned how to self-produce my work. So I managed to get funding as an individual to get funding for my work. I need to also shout out, she's not here, but Lee Griffith, who's a creative producer in the hip-hop theatre scene, she taught me the ways of how to get producing. And so through her, she mentored me like through my projects, and that's how I know the knowledge that I know in terms of how to get funding. And through that, I managed to get funding for platforms like this. Maharlika is only one community I serve. I serve other communities. So this is the most recent community I serve. I serve artists of underrepresented cultures, cultural groups, Caravan. Caravan advocates for a lot of artists from, some of you guys came from it. So the street dance scene is a very big scene in the UK, but we're predominantly seen as the low ranking within the cultural art scene in comparison to contemporary, in comparison to ballet, which is up here. They get millions of funding every single year, and then you drop it down, and street dance is here. So this is where my community is right now. Like being born and raised as a street dance artist, we are here, but we are the most thriving, most cultural, most influential, like creative art form within our contemporary time. So why aren't we getting funding? You know what I mean? Why are we not being supported? You know what I mean? And then it made me think about the Filipino community. The Filipino community, it came from the lockdown, actually. And I think it's safe to say as well, it's not that I didn't care about being Filipino, it's that it wasn't on my radar. You know what I mean? That's the most messed up thing. Being Filipino wasn't on my radar. But what triggered it was seeing all the anti-Asian hate especially in America, man. You know what I mean? That was crazy. But that same thing was happening here. I don't think people know how bad it was happening here with the Filipino communities. And when I saw the reels, and I think there was an auntie that was getting attacked because we were to blame, we were COVID, you know what I mean? It just made me really emotional. And so I started buying books. I started buying books, researching about Filipino identity. At this time, I didn't have any position, or I say that to myself, but I didn't have any position to start something like this because I was the least like Filipino. But I felt like, do you know what? I need to do something for our community. And so I decided to create this. And so I went into the Arts Council, and they rejected me one time for First Wave. I don't think I've ever told anyone that. So I applied for the Arts Council. It takes about 6 weeks to get the money. I got rejected the first time, and then I got it for the second time. And that was during the end of the COVID. We done the first wave, and it brought in like creators currently in the scene who are experienced, but I brought them in to shockwave the whole of the UK to see this is what the Filipinos can do in the UK creatively, you know what I mean? And so we done that, it sent a shockwave, and because of that, the Arts Council gave us development funding for the second wave, which brought in yourself and Chi and everyone. Any second wavers here? I heard that. Dwayne, someone here. So that shockwaved, and you guys, have you guys seen second wave yet? Anyone? Yeah? It's all in YouTube, by the way. You could just watch these on the train, on your bed, go above. Yeah, it's all there. So it shockwaved that. And then last year was probably the most difficult because that was the biggest sacrifice I had to make. I had to like cancel a lot of work. There was one point where money was really bad because I was like spending so much time trying to get Third Wave going, and it wasn't happening. The Arts Council was just rejecting me. I had about 3-4 rejections, and it wasn't just Third Wave, it was other projects that I wanted to do, and that was really difficult. I couldn't really speak to anyone. Like, I really wanted to lock off. Depression was really bad, but I thought, fuck it, let's do it. You know what I mean? I just kept on going. And then coming into this year, we got it straight away. And I let the guys know. And for me, that was like victory already. Even though we haven't done the films already, it was the fact that I can support the third wave coming. And that for me was peace already. I already won. You know what I mean? We won. Everything else that was coming was going to come. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was it. So yeah.
I mean, that whole journey is, I mean, I don't know if anyone knows Marie from Omnibus, but she played a really vital part in providing like the creative direction for us in the second wave, and I'm sure for the third wave as well. And one big thing was about the hero's journey. And, you know, the idea that you are, you know, your life is a myth and you are the hero. And I don't think any hero's journey is supposed to be easy, right? And if there has ever been a hero's journey, your life and these gifts that you've brought into the world are definitely it. Thank you so much for what you have done for us and for the Filipino community. We love you eternally for it. And the work that you do will go on for eons and eons, because this is just a seed, and from it comes a tree, and from the tree comes the fruit. So we are all in debt to you, really, and to Creator who's used you as an instrument. Where do you want Maharlika to go, my love? What's your vision, visionary, amazing maestro?
So we're going to go, I really want to go organization. That's the next thing. I think a lot of people think we're organization right now. We're not. Like, if you actually take away all the branding, the sun, and all of that, it's just me writing funding applications left, right, and center. And I have incredible people who have supported me throughout the way. Yourself, second wave, first wave, third wave, you guys are here. Shout out to Cassie as well, she witnessed a lot of my downfall last year. Like, she was there to be my cushion. So, Cassie, if you're watching, thank you so much. I don't know if you're watching.
We love you, Cassie.
Yeah.
This is for Cassie, the angel.
She's seen it all. I want to go organization. So to do that, I need to build a team. So I would love to, I'm putting this out there, open call, audition, no. Yeah. I'm currently trying to build up all the members because I really want to set up this organization. And what that means, essentially, as an organization, you'll be able to try to get funding for organizational fundings. It's a whole different tier. It's like the Premier League, and individual fundings like, I don't know, Championship League? Yeah, it's basically that. So it's the bracket's really big. So I want to go organization. What that means is basically we can go beyond film. So the Way project is more specialized about film. It's about bringing new Filipino artists to support them in their first opportunities to create film. It doesn't matter how long they've been doing it. I think it's being able to give them opportunities that we've never had growing up, but being able to give not just young generation, but current generations and older generations too before me. It's about how we can give access to everyone to have opportunities that they should have had like decades ago. You know what I mean? I think Jelly said it very well in the interview in The Reel, was that there's other cultural communities that have this, yeah? And the fact that we're experiencing this for the first time, it feels golden. But it's because we've never had that before. But the fact that we have this now, and it just feels golden, you know what I mean? It means that we deserve it, you know what I mean? So I want to expand the Way project. I want to do that more regularly, rather than yearly. I want to go beyond screen. I want to go into the creative live art scene, the theatre. As a theatre maker, I want to see productions led by Filipino artists in predominantly theatres that are driven by, you know, white people running these creative organizations. I want us to be in these spaces. I want us to thrive in these spaces. I want us to just lay our beds there. I want us to stretch our legs and just like celebrate our identity. And the fact that we can do this every single day, let's make it normal. You know what I mean? It shouldn't have to feel like an Oscar ceremony every time we do something like this. It should just feel normal, because that's what representation is. That's what quality is, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I want to keep going with that. So I want to occupy more of these spaces. I want to go into non-conventional areas to support artists that want to do work, not necessarily in theatre, but it might be more for independent businesses doing work in there. How can we curate these spaces? Not everyone wants to create work, but they want to create space like this. So how can we do that? I want to nurture new, I say I, but we as a community, we need to nurture new leaders. I think the biggest thing about our underrepresentation is because there's not enough leaders. There's not enough people that want to challenge the status quo. because we're very used to being in a survivalist mentality where we're okay, cool, just put your head down and everything will be okay. But at the same time, we need to go into these resistances. We need to start doing this, you know what I mean? Because how are we going to be heard as a community? So that's basically what I want to do, is try to nurture leaders in the most loving and responsible and professional way. How can we navigate not just the creative, but maybe inviting people from specialists from the education and corporate sectors? How can we, I think Rachel said it, is like you infiltrate the system and then you blow it up from the inside, basically. So, and I think we need to be more present. So another thing, the last thing I would say is about gatekeeping as well. We need to think about the gatekeepers. I hate gatekeepers because it's like, my whole life is about being gatekept, opportunities. We need to find ways, the system needs to change, because gatekeeping opportunities is the big reason why we don't have opportunities. So we need to kind of destroy the system a bit, you know what I mean, and make it more inclusive. In the UK, I feel like the definition of inclusivity is basically as long as you've got a white, black, brown, yellow, purple person in a space. But it's more than that. You have to think about the cultural communities. When I think about Asian representation, Filipinos never really get represented, and we're Asian. There's a hierarchy within the Asian continent of representation. And not to take away from those cultural communities, because that is needed and celebrated, but we are also, we need to be up there as well with them, you know what I mean? And so in the UK, it's like, let's give some money to the Korean community, let's give some money to the Chinese community, let's give some money to the South Indian, Asian communities, but how about the Southeast? How about the Malaysians? How about the Indonesians? How about the Filipinos? We are here. It feels like there shouldn't really be much funding, but it's only because we're underrepresented that you can't see it. But we are here, so give us the money, you know what I mean? And let's be in these spaces, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, yeah.
Give us the money. Give us the money. Do we have any questions from the audience for Chris Reyes? Oh, we do? Okay. I'm going to pass you the microphone, darling. This is a bit not professional here. Sorry about that.
We're not about professional. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone for being super vulnerable. I think it's really refreshing to be in a space with people and to really feel people and humanity. And I think sometimes in the cultural sector, that gets swiped away, or maybe we put on tougher skin. So I just want to acknowledge that. I have a question for Chris about the process and the speed of it. And is there a reason why the process is so intense and so quick, and the outcome comes so quickly following the workshops?
That's a really good question. Thank you so much. What's your name, sorry, again? Angie, thank you so much, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
So the truth is there isn't enough funding to support everyone. And so the system that is created right now is supposed to filter everything out to the last man standing, basically, the last one on the hill. I was quite surprised that we got funding for the third wave. No, seriously, because there was nothing I changed much. I just made it sound a bit more fancy. But the strategies, the partnerships, that never really changed. The truth is that there isn't enough money. There isn't enough money in the public sector to support cultural arts in the UK. I think a lot of the money tends to be focused on certain areas. But what they're trying to do right now, and I think this is more strategically, is just try to spread the money across the UK landscape. So what that means is, in writing it looks good, but it then means there's less money for the areas that were actively in the art scene or need money. And so there's a lot of organizations being closed down. There's a lot of individuals being closed down. The process is incredibly hard. I don't know if anyone here has ever tried to apply for the Arts Council. Has anyone? Yeah? It's really difficult. It's when you look at it, it's like anxiety, like it's no joke. there needs to be more accessibility for, especially people for underrepresented communities, to be able to have the same opportunities. A lot of the strategies involve having things like partnerships, which unfortunately not a lot of our groups have these kind of partnerships, so we're at a disadvantage already. There needs to be more accessibility. I think there needs to be more understanding as well. The process to get Third Wave, it takes about 2 months, but that's just waiting. As soon as you click submit, to write the application itself, it took me about, this one took me about a year to do, when really and truly it should only take about a month. That's the reality of it. And so it kind of goes into my next question, is that I think it's great that we do have an arts council in the UK that's supporting things, but I think in terms of longevity to go organisation, I really want to bring in some investors. So if there's any investors or anyone that's rich.
Filipino Vogue, if you're
Yeah.
listening, darlings, we're here for you.
Yeah. If you want us to save your taxes, please give the money here. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think the next step is to try to find people that can give us support to help nurture this incredible platform, to grow it, and organisation is probably the next step for me. So yeah.
And the intensity of the process. Why is it like 2 weeks? Why is it so intense? Is that intentional because pressure makes diamonds, and it kind of, rather than giving everyone like 3 years, like why is it so short? Why did you make it like this?
I think that's all we could afford.
All right, is it genuinely? I
Yeah.
thought that because it is so powerful and potent. I thought this must be in the intention, like.
No, I mean, if I had enough funding to give you guys 3 months to create work, I would so give it to you guys and upscale it. But it's just money, We have to, with money, it's like there comes time, and so it's about how we can support as many artists as we can within the time to produce work. And I've actually told this to all the waves, not just the third wave, second wave, first wave, but what you create here, it's about just creating, having the opportunity to do it. I mean, this ain't gonna be your Van Gogh, this ain't gonna be your ultimate work, but just know that you got opportunity to just play and just to imagine and just to be a kid again. When you take away all the formulas of what art is, art really comes from what's inside. And I'm asking you guys just to dream and just have the space and time to do it, you know what I mean? And that's what I really want for, because I wish when I was a young kid, I wish I had more time to just play and dream, But when you go into society, you really are knocked left, right, and center. And that's what this was. It was a short process, but there's also something about having short processes, is that the artistic things that come out will be raw, but there's something that you discover that you never had before as an artist. When you're given so much time as an artist, when you have the luxury to have that, or the privilege to have a lot of time to create work, that's cool. But when you're given like 2 seconds, it's like you're squeezing everything out, But there's some juice in that. That's vulnerability, that's truth. And sometimes for me, giving short time as an artist is better than having the luxury of 3 months or whatever. You just gotta just go with it, So yeah.
Or 0 time.
Yeah, trust.
I love that. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you, Chris, as well. Do we have any more questions, my loves? Seize the day, carpe diem. Any more? Okay, darling. How are we doing for time, by the way? Is everything okay? Okay, fabulous. I didn't even see the answer. I'm fine.
Just whatever answer you want it to be, it's fine. Make it a reality. Chris, so interesting thing you touched on is like the sink and swim, and I guess that endurance that you had to go through. I'm curious, at the points when you're at your lowest, what drove you to keep going? Like, what was it that when everything was dark, what was that little light that was like, I will still keep going? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, thank you.
Mercury retrograde at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. And Leighton's one of my most dearest friends. We grew up, since, I say not kids, but teenagers, and he's seen a lot of my hardship, and he's really been there. So, bro, thank you so much for being there. Really appreciate you, man. I think when you don't have an option, your survival instincts just trigger. And for me, as an artist, I choose not to have a safety net. I know it's not the most wisest thing to say, but in reality, like, you're not going to have that. When you take this away, the safety net, you be surprised at what you're capable of. It's incredible. And so, just before we leave, because we kind of run over, one thing I would say, and I would love to encourage everyone here, if there's something that you guys love, please just do it. You know what I mean? You have nothing to lose. I know, like, life, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 happens, but if you're in a position to take away the safety net, please do it, because you'll be surprised at what you are capable of. I didn't think I could fly, and I'm still trying to figure out how to do that, but you do learn incredible skills when you are in that, and I really hit the lowest as an artist, but because of that, things like this is happening now, you know what I mean? And yeah, I don't regret it either. It's been so crazy, but I really don't regret it. Yeah.
I have a request for you, actually, darling. Please write a book. Please, because your journey is going to set fire to this whole planet, because so many people from so many disciplines, from so many areas of life will understand what a hero you are. And if you can do it, we can do it. So please put it in a book. Next project, okay? We're all going to buy it. Bestseller, lads. I'm going to draw this to a close because we have run out of time. We are so grateful for your presence. Can you please give yourselves a round of applause? Without you, it's not possible. I would like to give another thank you to the 4 amazing films that we saw today and their teams, to Wala Ka Sa Lugar, give them a round of applause. Come on, guys, quickly, come on. Dali. To Mamma Mia. To next song, Alon. Yes. To Saan Ka and Ginhawa. We love you so much. RICHMIX. And Omnibus Theatre, and to all of those who've supported us, including Pirate Studio, Third Culture, Be Seen. We love you. Thank you so much for making this possible. To all the team in the back that have helped us, for the delicious food that we've had, we love you. To everyone online, thank you so much for watching us. Please watch out.
Just one thing before we leave. So, did you guys see the visual art on the projection? Yeah. So I just want to give some space, because for Third Wave, we broadened the work to go in social media. So how can we create Filipino art driven by Filipino artists in the digital space beyond here? I just want to say a big honorable mention to some of the artists that have created the work, and I just want to give space. So I just want to say an amazing thank you to Angel. Angel.
We love you,
Angel.
Here?
Angel is amazing. This is her first commission. But the work that she created was incredible. When she went and done her thing, that was insane, and that was all you. And I just want to say thank you so much, whoever you are. That would be incredible. Oh, wicked. Yes, thank you so much. You're incredible. Thank you. Linda Lorraine, she's here. She's an amazing artist. She's sitting on the side. Again, very incredible. Thank you so much for creating the work that we've done in such a short time. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Jomelyn Ferris, who's currently at a wedding right now, but I think she might be tuned in. She's done some incredible work called Metamorphosis, which was incredible, just skirt stuff, all of that, sorry. Yeah. And who was Anthony Torres? Where are you? Anthony Torres is probably the first Filipino illustrator that we brought into this space, and it was incredible work, and we're going to be working a lot more with that. I feel like I'm forgetting. Is that everyone? That's everyone. Guys, thank you so much. And yeah, cool. Fourth Wave, coming soon. Yeah. Thank you to Sunshine.